abstains, but it has more yes than no votes, so it passes. That's simple majority. And absolute majority would be, for instance, do you elect this person as a president? We're not electing any presidents, but it's an example. Let's say if the votes are the same, 4 yes, 3 no, 10 abstain, well, the yes votes is 24% of all the votes, so the person doesn't get elected. But if it was 9 yes, 8 no, and 0 abstain, then the person gets elected because of the yes votes exceeding 50%. Okay, voting procedure itself. Usually the votes are transparent, so everyone knows how a section has voted. And we do this by default as a roll call, so that means that I ask each section, how do you vote? And then you shout it out. But elections are always held as secret votes, so we're going to have paper voting for this tomorrow. But also, if any section wants to request, you can request, and we do this held as a by default as a roll call. So that means any kind of open vote, you can request that if you'd like to make it a secret vote, that is possible, and then it has to be made secret. So it's enough that one section requests a secret vote. I promise we're also almost at the last slide GIF. So. Lastly, before that, code of conduct. Maybe not all of you have probably heard of it, but ESN Finland has a code of conduct, and it's a document or a procedure that is meant to enforce us to stand against discrimination or harassment of any kind. And this kind of code of conduct also applies in ESN Finland's events. So this National Assembly is covered by Code of Conduct. So if you want to read more, it's a 4 or 5 page document. You can, I wouldn't actually recommend going to wiki.esnfinland.eu. That's a bit of an old link. Sorry, I recycled one of the presentations. But you can go to esnfinland.eu and you can find the Code of Conduct from there. And during this National Assembly, there are 2 dedicated points of contact that have been decided by the chairing team and organizing committee. And this is Mia, our vice chair. And then we have also Daniela, who's sitting back in there. So if you have any concerns about discrimination or harassment, or you feel like someone has violated the code of conduct, then you can approach either one of these individuals. Of course, you're allowed to approach anyone from the chairing team or national board, but these 2 people are named for this position, so they are obliged to also keep it among themselves, not to share it with anyone, and so forth. If you're not comfortable approaching them in person, you can always send them email. It's first.lastname@esnfinland.eu. But also, if you're not comfortable with anyone knowing who you are, it's possible to make anonymous report as well through esnfinland.eu website. And then it goes to arbitration board, which consists of a few people, including Mia. Okay, that's the last slide GIF. Hope it was worth it, actually. Okay, then let us see what is next in the program. I believe it's approval of agenda. Sorry, not yet. Legality and quorum. So, it must satisfy 2 conditions. I believe the National Board has sent the meeting invitation for this NA at least 2 weeks beforehand by email and on website, and the agenda was also published as a PDF file along it. So we do satisfy that part, and the other part is that we need to have at least 50% plus 1 sections represented in this National Assembly to be legal and quoted. So the first one is satisfied, and for the second one we will need to do a roll call to see who is here. So just a sec, I will open the document to see. Okay, and as far as I understand, at the moment, ESN Lapland's named delegate is not present. So until there's a new delegation form, ESN Lapland doesn't have representation at the moment. I mean, a vote representation. But okay, so I would ask that the delegate of each section, when you hear your section name, you say present. ESN Aalto. Or actually, should we have you can shout your name when I say the section, just to make sure it matches our list. So ESN Aalto. Yes. ESN Finland. Yep. ESN Helga. And you say your name? Yes. Yep. ESN Joensuu. ESN Joensuu, not present. ESN Jyväskylä.
Present. Linda.
Thank you. ESN Kisa. Not present. The ESN Lapland, well, we have a delegate from there, but not a voting one, so technically present, but not voting at the moment. ESN Lappeenranta.
Present.
Thank you. ESN Laurea.
From both delegations, so yeah, Joona.
Yep, thank you. Joona from ESN Aalto, right?
Yes.
Yes. ESN Metropolia. Yes. Yes, it's been delegated to you. ESN Oulu.
Present. Women.
Yeah, thank you. ESN Uni Helsinki. Says Juan.
I believe they did some kind of message that they're like in the room. I think they're coming.
Okay, sure. ESN Uni Turku. Yeah, thank you. ESN Vaasa. Yeah, thank you. ESN Åbo Academy. Thank you. And ESN Kuopio, no vote delegation and not present, I believe. Yes. Did you take a tally?
Let me count. No, 10. Including Lapland. 11 including Lapland.
So we have 11 sections present and 10 vote delegates present. Right.
I mean, 15 should be about. Yeah, 11 sections and 10,
Yeah.
15 for delegates.
Oh yeah, right. So yes, we do have 11 sections present and 15 vote delegations present, which means it seems complicated, but it's not. So it means that 15 sections are represented, even though we don't have people from 15 sections. But it does satisfy this quorum requirement of 50% plus 1. So yay, we can make decisions in this NA. Yes. Then going to the agenda of the NA, and I will actually display this on the screen. Just a moment.
Is this only
Basically,
So we had ESN Helsinki 1, right?
Yes.
Okay, you have one. Yes? All right. Then let me show you the agenda for everyone. Yes, Jannik.
Jani, he's an operator, I guess, or like social coordinator. But I was wondering if we can see the meeting minutes, like during the meeting, and if so, where I should find them.
I mean, I can share them
Yeah, that would
to
be
the
very nice.
trifold.
So like the live minutes or something.
Yeah. Can't promise that we can share before coffee break, but at some point when Mia has the time, she will share. Okay, so this is the live agenda. I actually didn't update the times yet too much. So the live agenda is based on the agenda documents that Tia has sent out with the meeting call. And this also includes some informal topics, but it includes all the topics included in the original agenda file. Minus, we have removed these 3 topics. Vote on release of liability of previous NB. It cannot be done because it's missing a financial report. So in technicality terms, it's not possible to even vote on it without having the financial statement. You can ask later, there's that agenda point here, you can ask about it if you wish to know more information. Then we have removed the election of NB, vacant NB members and election of spring OC because no applications were sent, so those cannot be held. Otherwise, the agenda is according to what was sent out in the meeting call, and it looks approximately like this. Do you have anything to say about the agenda or ask? We'll show Sunday as well. There. All right. Well, if there is no comments about the agenda, then oops, that was not supposed to be done. All right. So then we get to vote on the agenda, but instead of doing a roll call, I will ask if anyone has any objections to approving the agenda in the current format. So if you object, then you must say. I hear no objections, so therefore the agenda is approved. Great. Okay, then next on the agenda we have the activity report. Do you prefer this kind of mic or this kind of mic?
I don't know how to use that, so just traditional. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Just a moment, the presentation is coming.
Is this open? Yes. Alright, hello again. So on behalf of the last national board, so the mandate 21 to 22, I'm presenting our updates on the updates of activity report and financial statement and report and so on, as I was the president of the previous national board as well. So yeah, can I have a next slide? Thank you. So basically the activity report is not ready yet, and so on. So I will just tell you what has happened, and after that I hope to hear some questions. If you have anything you want to have ever wanted to, like, you know, hear about what happened last year, what happened last mandate, just like ask me and so on. But yeah, first, so the mandate started with a bang. Suddenly we were able to organize physical events with some restrictions because of this thing called COVID and so on, but we were able to have physical events, which like the last and be considered really important to get ESN going again and so on. So for example, we organized Parks of Baltic Sea, and then we had a physical NA, first time in 2 years, last year in Tampere, and so on. That was actually organized by the national board. We acted as the OC back then. Then also we started the mandate with 16 sections, then we lost one section, and then we gained new sections. So again, 16 sections. And then we had 44 national board meetings, and 3 of them were physical ones. Throughout the mandate, we had some HR issues and so on. And also, we started the mandate with 7 board members and finished the mandate with 3 people in the board, because 4 people resigned during the mandate. And then next slide. All right.
It's a presentation tool.
Thank you. Maybe this is better, yes. All right, and then we don't have the financial report or the statement for you to vote on and so on. This should have been according to our statutes and study errors, should have been done during the summer, but it has not been done due to personal reasons of the last treasurer, and I've asked her and she told me it's okay to tell you. A member of her family passed away during the summer, and she had to take care of all the paperwork and that kind of stuff that comes with when somebody dies and so on. So all of her free time outside of work was, focused on that. All the arranging funerals and cleaning the house of her dead family member and so on. So because of that, the financial report has not been able to be finished, and we have been communicating about that with the operations inspector and so on. So they're up to, they know the situation and so on. The current status of it is it's only missing some of the receipts. We are using wholly. So basically we just have to put some of the receipts there. And I've consulted with the previous treasurer, and she told me that it should be it will be finished within this year and so on. So that is the current status of the financial report. I did not have a thank you slide, but yes. Any questions?
Yes, so I would like to then open the speakers list. So if you have any questions, you may be put on the speakers list. Oops. No one? Or any comments? All right, so not seeing anyone raising their hands, so I would then propose to close the speakers list. Any objections to closing speakers list? No? All right, then. Thank you, Tia, unless you'd like to add anything.
I don't have anything to add. My style of presentation is really straightforward and so on. I think I've allocated more time for this. But yeah, you can also approach me later in person if you want to, clarify something about what I have told you and so on.
All right. Yes, then speakers list is closed, and thank you, Tia. And we move to the next topic, which is, at this point, we would like to introduce the workshops that will be coming later today and tomorrow. So Daniela would be coming to the stage now.
Yes, that is.
Ah, yes.
Yes, so hello, my name is Daniela and I am the National Training Coordinator of ESN Finland, meaning that I'm responsible for instance, the workshops that we will have during this NA. I will also tell you more about my position and my work later. But for now we will focus on the workshop slots. So as you might have seen in the live agenda, you can maybe open it actually if you have it close by. We have both today and tomorrow workshop slots, those pink marked slots. And for those of you who haven't maybe attended a National Assembly before or a workshop in ESN, I would just briefly want to introduce the idea of this concept. So while also here in the plenaries, you are of course always more than welcome to, ask questions, comment and be active. These workshops are even more interactive, so we really count on you to come there and also interact, contribute actively to the topic, so it won't be a session where you just sit and take notes and listen, but we also count on you to contribute and bring your own ideas and perspectives. So this is the whole idea behind what we call non-formal education, that we don't, you also shouldn't, even though our facilitators and trainers, we have some knowledge on the topics we will have the workshops on, we won't necessarily tell you this is the right answers to conflict management, or this is how you should do public speaking. We might give you some advice, but it's also very much the idea that we create the answers and the content together, both the participants and the facilitator. And there is also this kind of saying with non-formal education that you take as much from the workshop as you bring, meaning the more active, the more you actually invest in it, the more you probably also learn from it. So this is just something I also want you to consider when you choose the topic, that you choose something that you also want to work on in this way. And the idea is then that you choose one topic for today and one topic for tomorrow. We will also just soon briefly tell a bit more what the different topics are about. Just a general advice, if you are several persons from the same section, I would recommend you to discuss together and agree, so that you maybe split up and go to different workshops, because in that way you also get the most knowledge back to your section. Yes. With that, I think we can actually, I can actually tell you first how the registration will proceed. So this time we will have paper and pen registration. So it will happen during the coffee break, which is actually before the workshop slots. So it's really important that you kind of directly, or in the beginning of the coffee break, discuss together with your sections, and as soon as possible register for it, so you also know where to go after the coffee break, because the workshop then actually comes directly afterwards. And we also want you to today sign up both for today's workshop and also at tomorrow at the same time. And it will happen during this kind of flip chart we are preparing, so it will just be, I'm not sure actually where we have the coffee break, but it will be around at the coffee break place, and you just simply put your name to the workshop you want to attend. I kindly ask you to respect the limitation of spots. We do have a limitation of max 15 participants per workshop, and this is both due to some of the workshops that we don't want bigger groups for the topic, and also just to get an equal division, so that we don't end up with having 5 persons in one workshop and 25 in the others. But yes, if we just then briefly look at the topics, so you can also decide which one you should sign up for. Starting from today, I will give then the mic to Yannick, who will tell us about the social inclusion workshop.
Hi everyone, I'm Yannick and I am the National Social Inclusion Coordinator, and so my workshop will be focused on social inclusion. Yeah, the idea is that during the workshop we get to talk about different things related to social inclusion and how to organize social inclusive events. So I hope you're interested in this and sign up. And also, if your section doesn't already have a social inclusion contact person, then please reach out to me. Just talk to me. Otherwise, I'll try and find you, because every section is supposed to have one. And so, if you know which person that is, it would be useful for them to come to the workshop. If that person isn't present here, then you could convey the information to them later. And if your section doesn't have one yet, please choose one, because I would like to have a contact person from every section at the end of the MA.
Yeah. And the other topic then for today is conflict management, which I will give the workshop on. This will be briefly about, we will discuss what a conflict is, some different approaches to managing conflicts, also some theories, but you will also get to actually in pairs or small groups work and discuss some recent conflict that you have been part of or been involved in. So this might be one good thing to consider if you want to come to this workshop. Also, I want to give a heads up if I gave this same workshop last NA in Helsinki in the spring, and I will also actually give it next weekend in NEP. So if you either attended it in Helsinki or you have signed up for it at NEP or you are planning to do so, I would recommend you to today go to Yannick's just so you get some variation. Then going to Sunday. Then we also have 2 workshops again. The first one is mine, which will be about time management. So basically a bit about how you can do this work-life balance as a student or volunteer. We will discuss some general advice, tips and tricks for time management, and you will also, as I already gave a heads up in the Telegram group, you will also get to work with your own to-do lists according to a certain model that I will present during the workshop. And the other option for tomorrow will be public speaking, which Tia will give.
Alright, so my workshop about public speaking. So basically, we will have the chance in small groups you get to have this positive kind of feedback about what you are as a presenter and so on, and get to know about that kind of what are your strengths when you're publicly speaking and so on. So little exercises, but nothing too scary. But yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. Do you have any questions related to either the workshop concept in general or the different topics? If so, this is the perfect option for you to ask them, because I am actually not sure I will be available at the registration point myself during the coffee break, so please ask now. Everything clear? Perfect. Then we are just looking forward to your registrations and to see you in the workshops. Thank you, and thank you to Jose and Pia for presenting.
All right, thank you. At this point, I will just make a short announcement about the vote delegations. We received a new vote delegation form from ESN Lapland, so the new delegate is, hold on, let me try to pronounce this, Adrian Fontenau, right there. All right, so we have registered that you are now voting on behalf of ESN Lapland.
Is Joensuu here?
Is Joensuu here? ESN Joensuu? Yes. Can you say the name of the delegate? Are you the delegate?
And Ahmed Karam.
Okay. Okay, yes. All right then. So I think now we have everyone who we're expecting in the plenaries.
He's on.
Oh yeah, Kisa. Never mind. All right. So let us move on with the agenda. So next up we would have time travels. We're quite a bit ahead of time, so we might have something else after time travels presentation as well to fill up the gap before coffee break. So, but without further ado, Julia.
Hey, hi guys, how are you doing? After the city almost everyone made it, so that's great. Okay, firstly, who has never heard of us before? Never heard of Tantra. Okay, great. And who has never seen a presentation before from Tantra? Okay, great.
If you want,
Um,
or if
can you
you,
hear me like this? Or
or we have this kind of fancy setup too. If you want to have hands free.
No.
Okay. No fancy
That looks
setups.
so weird. Okay, so can you hear me better now? Okay, great. So yeah, usually these presentations are held by a guy who has a lot less hair than me. Okay, so yeah. I'm Julia. I'm the partnership manager in Time Travels, and yeah, I have some ESN background as well. I have been in ESN Helga since 2018 until 2020, and now I have been with Time Travels for about 2.5 years, on and off because of Corona.
The arrow to the right. Yes.
Okay. So here you can see our team. My beautiful colleagues. This is taken from our company meeting last March. And yeah. And here you can see how Time Travels as a company has been formed. So we have different teams. We have a partnership team, which I'm part of, and we have 4 people there. And we have divided our partners to kind of equally for all of us. So we have, there's me who's working with ESN Finland, and also my colleague Erika, who is also working with ESN Finland. And then, customer service, we have 3 people there, IT, 1 person, marketing, 2 people there, and then also, since last year, we have our own husky farm, so I also have around 40 furry colleagues. So those are the best. I got to meet them last March. So that's great. And those who have seen the Time Travels presentation before, so you guys should know our values. Does anybody remember? We have 4 values. So anybody remember any of them? I know Tony should know. You have seen probably the presentation a couple of times. What? Yes, that's one. They're pretty similar to ESN values, I would say. Fresh and fun. Anybody remember any other ones? Okay, well, we can check. Actually, yeah. There is it. Okay, the slide is missing, but yes. I don't know where it went. Was supposed to be there. But yeah, our values are fresh and fun, trust, embrace, and oh my god. Fresh and fun and trust, embrace. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I can expect you to remember.
Passion.
I don't know. Passion. Yes. I was just testing.
I googled it.
Good. So yeah, our main value is trust, because we want you as our partners to trust us and trust that we are the best in what we do, and that our trips are not a scam, that we actually yeah, we deliver what we are promising, and we of course want our customers to also trust us to, yeah, so they will know that when they book with us, that they will get a hassle-free trip and they will get what they pay for. And yeah, and passion, because we want to do everything with passion. So we want our customers and you guys to see that we actually love what we do and we are actually good at it. And fresh and fun, yeah, we want to stay, develop our trips each semester and yeah, create once in a lifetime experiences, and those experiences have to be fun because otherwise you don't remember them. Okay, so let's check. Okay, so our partners. I already said that yeah, we have 4 partnership managers, and we are partnering with all the Nordic countries and all the Baltic ones, and also Poland. So as I said, me and Erika, we are working with Finland, and Erika is also working with Baltics and Poland. And then we have Mihaela, who is working with Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. And yes, me, who is working with ESNs in Finland and student unions in Finland. And then our destinations. Who has been in our trips before? Ooh, so many. Where have you been?
Saariselkä.
Yeah.
Lofoten.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Björkliden, okay, cool. You have been with the Swedish sections or Norwegian ones?
Yes, ESN Finland.
Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, because we have divided, Lapland is our biggest destination, and we have 4 destinations in Finnish Lapland. So we have Kilpisjärvi, Vasatakka, Saariselkä, and Levi and Yläsar, kind of the same because they're so close together. And then in Swedish Lapland we have Björkliden. And we have divided those destinations based on the location of the sections where they go. So Finnish sections go to Kilpisjärvi, Vasatakka, and Saariselkä. And then Swedish and Norwegian sections, they go to Björkliden and Levi and Ylläs. And then we have Norway as our destination. That's currently our second biggest destination. So we have Lofoten Islands and fjords there. So Finnish sections are going to Lofoten, and then Swedish and Norwegian and Danish sections are going to fjords. And then also we have Iceland, which is getting bigger and bigger, but the capacity there is quite small, so we can't always send everybody who wants to go there. But yeah, I haven't been there myself yet, but hopefully sometime to go. Yeah, I'm sure. And then also we have the trip to the Baltic countries. There you visit the 3 capitals, and I actually just a couple of weeks ago I was there myself, and that was pretty cool because I had never been to Lithuania before, and even though I'm from Finland, I had no idea about like Latvia and Lithuania that much. I only know Estonia, so it was pretty cool to actually learn about those countries. Yeah. So this autumn, the sales have been the best in Santaro's history, which is really great, and that goes. The thanks for that goes all to you. So here you can see so far the sales of this autumn by section. So there's 3 sections who have gone past 200 sales. So I think we can give some applause to ESN Jyväskylä and ESN Uni Helsinki and ESN Vaasa for the great sales. And yeah, all of the sections have been really, really good. Most of our trips are sold out already, but we are working on getting more spots for most of our destinations and most for the sections, so there's still time for Lapland to sell. Yeah. Anything surprising there, or? Well, yeah. Great job, everyone. And together, all of you have sold 2,189 spots, which is, yeah, as I said, the best in Santaro's history. And actually, counted by the countries, ESN Finland has sold the most of our partners. Yay. yeah, so what is in it for the students to actually travel with us? Like why should they? Why should they go to the trips with us and not by themselves? So all of our trips are adventure-packed trips to unique places. So we have chosen our destinations based on the expertise that we have on those destinations. Yeah, we could just pick a random destination, or like everybody wants to go to Ibiza or somewhere. So we could just, yeah, book a trip for the students to go to Ibiza and be like, hey, good luck there. But we don't know anything about Ibiza, so that's not what we want to do. Because we want to have this extra value added in all of our trips. And we want to promise hassle-free traveling, so we are taking care of everything from the departure point and then to the destination and back home. And we also, we know students, they always love to drink and party and have fun, but we want to add some cultural activities on our trips as well. And then have positive emotions and new friends. Usually students travel with their own section, but sometimes we have to combine buses when going to Lapland, so then they will meet people from other sections as well, and maybe make some lifelong friends during those trips. And then we have customer service help desk and chat window, where they can ask any questions before the trip, and yeah, they will get help like really fast. Our customer service team is working really hard to answer all the questions and be actually fast with answering. And once they get to the destination, there's a tour guide services on the spot 24/7. So if anything happens, like in the middle of the night or something, they can just call the guide and yeah, they will get help. And we also offer flexible cancellation terms and the best price and quality ratio. We always ask this in the feedback, like how is the price quality ratio, and that's almost always like close to 5, which is the so yay. And what's in it for you guys? So why you should promote our trips to the students? Well, easy communication, I hope. So all of the partners have been dedicated with their own partnership manager. So we are here to help you guys and answer your questions, and yeah. And then also flexibility on selecting your travel dates. So usually in the end of the semester, we are contacting you guys about the next semester, and we will then start choosing the best dates for you guys and like how your semester goes. And the earlier actually we start talking about those and decide the dates, then more flexibility we have. Because when the departures start filling up, then it's harder to find suitable dates for you guys. And then we have guaranteed departures to most destinations. This is really easy in Finland because we can combine buses. So it doesn't matter if your sales are a bit lower for some destinations, because we can most likely combine you with some other section, and then we can get the full bus, and then we can actually run the trip. And then the best part is the free group leader spot for every 20 paying customers. So if you sell 20 spots, you get to send somebody from your board for free for the trip, which is pretty cool. And then we offer financial support through commission. And then we have Time Trials partner events. I don't know how many of you were in Teat in August. Great. A few of you, yeah. I sadly missed it because I had tickets to Ed Sheeran concerts. I did not want to miss that. And yes, we also offer non-binding contract. So this contract doesn't ask anything from you guys. So if you don't want to promote our trips, you don't have to. We're not coming to get all of your money if you don't do that. So it's basically, if you want to promote us, you can, and you get money for that. But if you don't, then you don't get money. And also group leaders. How many of you have been a group leader? Ooh, quite many. That's great. So what is a group leader? So group leader is a representative of your ESN section. So you should choose somebody who you want to be the face of your ESN section, and you know who will behave as you want them to behave. And the group leader is chosen by the board around 3 weeks before the trip. So around 3 weeks before the trip, we know like the final number of sales, and then we know the final number of group leaders that you can send. And one thing that is really, really important is that the group leader should not book their own trip online, because then if they pay for it, then we have to like refund, and then our cancellation terms are applied. So if it's like less than 3 weeks before the trip, then we will take a 50% fee of that refund. So then you will have to pay like a little bit. So do not book your own trip because you will lose money. So we will send you a separate sign-up link that we will get the information from you guys, and then we will do the booking for you. So group leader should also be active and creative and comfortable with public speaking. A bit better than me at this. So when you're on the bus, you should not be scared of taking the microphone and introducing yourself and saying like all the instructions for the students and telling like how long is the stop, and then counting the people and being able to answer some questions that the students might have. And then the group leader will also get instructions and trip details and support directly from time travels. So when you are selecting the group leader, you don't have to like know what they should do. You don't have to tell them anything. So then when the group leader has signed up, we will contact them and give the instructions and final lists and everything. So no worries about that. And the group leader takes on responsibilities during the trip until the destination. So the group leader is basically in charge of the group at the, on the bus. Make sure that nobody's left behind in the gas station in the middle of the night, because that would not be nice, because then you have to turn around the bus and get back. So that will delay it. So yes, should be a responsible person. And of course, the group leader is free to have fun on the trip, because when you get to the destination, the guide will take over, and then the group leader doesn't have many responsibilities at that point. And of course, fun within reason, so being an example to the students. And the sponsorship. So this is some examples on how to spend the money that you get from us, from the commissions. So the section commission, where to spend the money, for example, is section events. You can spend it on the events that you're doing for the exchange students, so you can make the events free or cheaper for the students. Section gadgets, if you want to hand out something for free for the students, you can use the money for that. And t-shirts and hoodies, promotional material, educational and motivational trainings for members expenses related to time trial trips. So if you want to send more group leaders or more board members to the trips that you get group leader spots, then you can spend the commission money to actually send more people if there is availability on the trip. And then the sponsorship that we give to national board, national board events, national board gadgets, expenses related to supporting sections, expenses related to attending international events, and delegation clothing, t-shirts, hoodies, hats, whatever you want to do. And then special projects and designs. And the NA sponsorship is expenses related to NA, which is quite self-explanatory. And then venue rental, meals and coffee breaks, transportation, external trainers, and support to OC. And here is a picture from Keith. This is what we do for once a year for all of our partners. Well, now we have more than 100 partners, so we are kind of dividing them by the country. So usually we have Baltics and Poland and Finland, which this was organized in Riga in August. And then in the springtime we're gonna have one for Swedish, Norwegian and Danish partners, probably in Uppsala. but yeah, it looks like it was really fun, and I'm really getting FOMO because I missed it, but next time. Yes. And yeah, how was it? Those who were there, was it great? Was it
Really
fun?
great.
That's good. Yeah. Okay, and then we also provide all these promo materials, so you don't really have to do anything. Who has seen our posters, our postcards before? Great. So many of you. So also, we are ordering new posters and postcards based on your needs. So we have now done it like twice a year, this ordering, but we are planning to change it to once a year because we want to like reduce printed materials. So yeah, sustainability. But yeah, soon I will contact and Erika will contact you about this if you need more postcards or posters, and then we can make the order for next spring. And then yeah, as I said, postcards and posters can be ordered annually, and yeah, to receive the materials on time, you should like answer pretty quickly when we send you the request if you need anything, and then because yeah, if it's like it takes some time to print them and send them to everybody, so should tell us ahead of time how much you need and what you need. And then we have digital promo materials. So if you don't want to give out postcards, or if you don't want to have these paper promotional materials, we have digital ones as well. So you can have the slideshow of the posters and postcards. And more social media digital materials are used instead of printed ones, which is great. And then we also have our own YouTube channel where you can find all of our videos from the destinations and the company, which are pretty cool. And then we have this partners website. Who has been there? Seen it? Okay. And okay, so there's few people who have never seen it. So I suggest you take a picture of that because there's the the website is partners.timejurnals.fi, and the password is time to be number 1 and explanation. I don't know why it's now spaced so stupidly there, but this 1 and exclamation point should be there. Yes. This website is actually really good because it has all the materials you might need for social media marketing. So you don't really have to prepare anything. You can just take pictures from there, and there's actually written posts and Facebook like descriptions and everything. So you can just go there, copy it, change your section name there and the dates, and yeah, you're good to post. So yeah, what is it about? So there's photos and videos from all of our destinations, and then pictures for social media. They're correctly sized pictures with logos, Facebook events, page group covers, Instagram photos, and the new thing, what is there now, is the Instagram Reels and TikToks. Because yes, we have joined TikTok as well. So you can just go there, download them, and post them. Yeah, and there's also our brand book there. So you can go there and check how to use the Time Trials logo and what fonts and colors to use. And, yeah. And also sharing is caring. So every time you have a trip coming up, you should tell your students to tag, first of all, your Instagram there, and then also us, so we can share and yeah, see how the trip is going. And then when you are doing posts, you should also tag us, because then we can share, and maybe your section and Instagram will get more followers and more visibility. And this new thing, which is pretty cool, so you can go to this, find our gifts from Instagram. When you search there, Time for All Club, it gives you all these cool little things that you can add to your stories. Our marketing team has worked really hard on that. So use them. They're pretty cute. Okay, how are we doing time-wise?
Very good.
Very good. Okay, I speak really fast, so let's watch the video. How do I do it?
Maybe I have to from here.
So yeah, videos are always so much better than me explaining how this goes. So, this is one of my favorite videos.
Time. 1 second follows the next.
Hold on. Oh, it was already high. Yes.
Like time. 1 second follows the next. Like night follows day. Tick tock. Tick tock. But what if you could make a single moment last forever? What if you could fill your moments with experiences that stay with you a whole lifetime? And what if we could all just pretend that moment never happened? It's true what they say. Time flies. But you know what? You are the pilot. In the deepest north, here in Scandinavia, we learned a secret. Living this close to nature, we noticed that there are moments in which all sense of time is lost. Like in the experience of an incredible journey. The unexpected. The fresh and fun. The moment you know you've made new friends. The moment you see something so beautiful you thought you would cry. You see, it's in the moment that we can all be masters of time. And that moment is now. This is what time travels is all about. Experience the true north and time travel with us.
Yay! Yeah, here you can see who to contact. So we have now actually after the Norway season and starting for the Lapland season, we have divided the sections again with Erika. So yeah, here you can see who you should contact, and you should already know that before this as well. And yeah, if your students have any questions about the trips, you can direct them straight to our customer service. On the website there is the chat, phone number and email. So yeah, you don't have to know to answer anything. And it's actually better to just tell them to contact our customer service than to give wrong information. And yeah, do we have any questions right now? So I will do this for the first time. Teemu always does this, our CEO. So for every question you will get a candy. So.
Okay, speakers list is opened. And yeah, by the way, for the people who came in after the presentation, every time you ask a question or comment, please state your name and section so Mia can write it to minutes. Yes, you may go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nico. I'm from ESN in Helsinki. And I have a question because I booked the Lapland trip in August because I didn't know I was going to be a group leader, and now I'm a group leader for that trip. So should I like cancel the trip myself or contact you, or?
You should contact Erika, who is your contact person, and then also customer service. And then customer service will do a cancellation for you. And you should do it as soon as possible,
Yes,
because
I
then
do it now.
yeah. Yeah. So now it's still some time for the trip, so there's still a chance that you will get all of your money back.
also like the activities have already booked?
Yeah, you will get the full refund because for the group leaders activities are for free as well, except snowmobile in Lapland. So, yes. But yeah, there you go. Ooh, that was almost good.
What
Yeah.
was the name of the person who needs to contact?
Oh, Erika.
Erika, thanks.
Yeah. Do I give the?
You can. Ah, yes, I didn't see. Yeah.
Okay.
Magdalena, ESN Finland. So I have a question. Remember we talked in the last meeting about Seinäjoki? Do you know how many people, or are there usually people from Seinäjoki joining anyone else, or the sections? Because I believe they don't have any section in Seinäjoki still.
Yeah, no. Seinäjoki is actually one of the biggest like student cities that we are not partnering with in Finland. Like we have pretty much all the other student cities as our partners, and they don't have an ESN section. And we have been trying to contact their student union to get the students to travel from there, but it still hasn't happened yet. But hopefully in the future, that is our goal. But, but I'm so bad at this. Sorry. Hopefully I don't take an eye out. Okay.
So Ada, ESN Vaasa, we have, like this is the same point that Magdalena was making. We also tried to contact Seinäjoki and they refused to answer us too. They did not want to have us at their orientation. So, I don't know, the personal issues. They answered to my email, they were like, nah. But they do have like a lot of exchange students, which is then weird, and they have no events for them. Are we allowed to, if I somehow do manage to get contact with them, we can sell them ours, say, like part of our sales, right?
Yeah, for sure. We can then discuss and maybe we can add a like departure point from Seinäjoki then.
So is it like similar to how Kokkola worked with Sentia? When we went to Lapland last year, I think we took them with us, but they're not in the same section either.
No, but we are. They have KOPSA, which is their student union, so we are partnering with them. So they are self.
To what Seinäjoki could do.
Yeah. So if we would be partners with the Seinäjoki student union, then it would probably like.
Is that a procedural question?
Regarding their question.
Ah, then two fingers. Yes, you may go ahead.
Yeah, for example, in Helsinki we have Loniakko, which is, I think it's for here. They also don't have easy lectures, so we actually have.
Is it Svenja or Svenja?
Oh yeah, they have cooperated with them. So, for example, during the orientation days, isn't it presentations? Just like the students have their own section, but they still want to offer events and services for their students. So I think that's possible.
Seinäjoki is like 40 kilometers away from us.
Oh well.
Like it's a completely different city, that's why it's
I'm getting better. Okay, any others?
My name's Alfred. I'm here with ESN Lappeenranta, but I study in Lahti. So right now Lahti doesn't have an ESN section, and I think this kind of thing would really work in Lahti because from what I've heard from other students, nobody knows about time travels in Lahti. Like it's the first time I'm hearing about it. I think there'd be a huge interest there because most of the degrees now there are double degrees, and there's a huge amount of Chinese students who are really interested in going out into Europe and visiting having these kind of experiences.
Yeah.
So I think that would be
Yeah, we are actually working together with COE, which is the student union there.
But that's only for one, the
Mm.
LAB side, yeah. LAB, the University of
Yeah.
Applied Sciences, LUT, the other
Yeah,
university
yeah.
that does not have a collaboration.
Mhm.
ESN Lappeenranta, LUT is Lahti and Lappeenranta. ESN Lappeenranta takes care of Lappeenranta, but Lahti for LUT.
have to know her
is
name.
Lahti.
And actually before we have had for ESN Lappeenranta, we have had a departure from Lahti.
Do you know her
So
name?
maybe like you can.
Okay.
also go to Lahti and get the exchange students going. Here you go.
Yes, I don't know everyone's names, so sorry, but I will learn them as we go.
Emma, ESN Finland. So is there any benefits? Well, I know that there are also just student associations selling their tickets. What is there a benefit of being an ESN section rather than just when it comes to time travels?
Yeah, the trips are cheaper if you book them through an ESN or student union.
So if someone would want to join because our dates don't fit their time and they want to join a student association, would they still get a discount with the ESN card on that trip, or is that not only possible for the ESN section trips?
Well, that really depends because it's kind of up to you guys. Because we want to some of the ESN sections they want to offer the discount for everybody with the ESN card, but some want to have it like specifically for this section's ESN card, and we don't really care if I can say that. So it's up to the student union or up to the ESN section to check the ESN cards or the memberships, and then you can decide who you want to let into the trips with the discounted price. Yeah, but usually I think it's in the ESN card rules that ESN card should be international, so it should have any sections ESN card should work for any sections discounts, I think. Okay, did that answer your question? That was perfect. Here we go. Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
No one wants more candy?
You can just give us candy.
No, that's not how it works.
We also have bribes for other presentations if you ask questions after everyone else.
You have a question?
Tia, yes.
So, Tia, ESN Finland, what is your favorite thing about working for time travels?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think I never have had that question before.
Oh, okay.
Well, I have to be like a cliche and say my colleagues because that's actually like the best. Yeah, we have a really good team. Most of us are from ESN, so we are kind of all similar people in a sense. And yeah, and then of course taking part in the trips because I sometimes get to do that, so that's also really, really fun. And of course working with the ESN section, so it's like, I don't know, I have been in ESN for so long, so now that I got this job, it's like I never leave ESN. Yeah. Here's your again.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
We from Oulu. So about your colleges, do you like your human colleges more or the furry colleges?
Well, I was actually in ESN Norway's NA last time, and I got the similar question, and I said that the furry colleagues are the best, but don't tell my colleagues. No, but of course, everybody in the company is really, really cool and easy to work with. And yeah, but how can I say that the furry colleagues would not be the best because they are.
Are you streaming only audio? Yeah. Is it taking from this?
Okay.
Magdalena ESN also here. So I have a question. You have some trips now around Finland, like in the southern parts. Do you have plans to do more trips? Like in around Finland? I know you said that you have like focus on Lapland and you have a lot of knowledge in that area.
Mm-hmm.
But do you have any plans to make more trips?
Yeah. Yes, we were like planning a trip to Åland Islands this autumn, but unfortunately due to low sales we had to cancel that trip. But we are planning to like make it better for next spring and have like more time to sell, because this year it was quite rushed because of summer. Summer is when we are all on holidays and then nothing happens in time trials. So then when the semester starts, everything gets really like everything comes on at once. So that's why we didn't have really that much time to prepare the Åland trip, but maybe next spring. And then we have also had a trip to Saimaa. It's a trip around Mikkeli and Savonlinna. So this is also like a shorter trip. It's a weekend trip. And then, yeah, we didn't organize it this autumn, but maybe in the spring.
By the way, I got a comment that not everyone can hear the questions, so I will release one microphone to be going around the room when you ask a question.
ESN Lappeenranta. With the Åland trip, is that going to be sold then through ESN Finland or through the sections, or how would that work?
This year we had it like through the sections. So we kind of, because these are the smaller trips, so we are only planning to send one bus, just to like, you know, try it out and see like how well it sells and how the interest is and how the feedback is. So we are choosing the sections who can promote it based on the like logical road to the like. I think this time we had Jyväskylä and Tampere and then Turku, because then it's easier for the bus to just drive from there. But for Saimaa, I think last year we had Lappeenranta was also selling, and then the Helsinki sections. But yeah, if you guys are interested in those, you can just let us know, and then we can see if it's possible for you guys to have it. Anyone else?
ESN Jyväskylä, Linda. So I know that you have had like trips to Russia, but now you have obviously changed that. But was like Åland a substitute for that, and have you like planned some like other trips then to like change from Russia to something else?
Actually, that's a very good question. No, Åland is not a substitute for the Russian trips. Like, before Corona, Russia was our second biggest destination, and actually that has Russia trips were the first trips time trials ever organized, and how time trials was created. So we are still like proud of those trips, and we are proud of Russian culture, but of course at the moment we cannot run those trips. But now we have focused more on, for example, Norway trips. They have been like getting bigger and more volume of students are going there. And then also we have the trip to Baltics, and that we have also focused on and sending more people there. And then we want to do these smaller trips that like for example Åland and Saimaa, which is only weekend trips and more affordable. So then maybe the students who don't have the money to go to Lofoten or to Lapland, they can go somewhere at least.
Hi, Daria, National Board, and also ESN Oulu. And as a person from ESN Oulu, it's really far. And have you ever considered organizing trips to other Finnish cities? For example, I'm sitting there in the north, but I've never been to Tampere, for example. I've never actually been to Turku. And do you think it would be feasible to actually make these small trips between the section cities?
We get this question really often, but the thing is that usually people want to have like a city tour in Helsinki or Tampere, but those cities are. No, it works again. But those cities are quite small in a sense that there isn't that much to do, and then if we start organizing a trip to, for example, Tampere, it's gonna get quite pricey because we are,
It just doesn't want to work anymore. But yeah, we are a company and we need to make profit as well, even though we are working with students. So then it actually makes a lot more sense for the ESN sections to organize these trips on their own rather than us.
So yeah, it makes more sense for ESN sections to organize these day trips or city tours on their own without us, because it will get
Something for trips coordinators to consider.
exactly, yeah. And I know some people or some sections are doing those. I know at least ESN Helga used to have a trip to Tampere. So, yes, we did. But yeah. Thanks for the question.
Okay, so we need.
This is gonna be hard. Hopefully nobody's eye is gonna get out. Sorry. Okay.
Hi Julia, I'm from ESN Joensuu. I was just trying to generate a question and I got this from Linda, so I have to ask you anything just to get a candy for her. So what was your major while you were studying?
My
what
major.
was your major while you were studying?
I was studying tourism.
Okay.
Yes, in Hagahelien.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's what everybody says. But I'm actually, there's only 2 people in the company who has studied tourism. So it's me and then one from our travel coordination team. Like our CEO Teemu, he was studying physics and mathematics maybe. And now he's traveling company. So yes. Any other questions?
Okay, so one more. Go ahead.
I'm just curious, it's Linda from ESN Finland. Did you say that you own the Huskies in Latvia?
Yes.
So you have your own Husky, like Time Travels have a own Husky
Farm, yes.
farm?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, because in Lapland you can imagine there's a lot of husky farms, but most of those husky farms are like businesses, and all they think about is the money and not about how the dogs are actually feeling there. And then we just got sick of like looking for a husky farm that is actually treating the huskies well. So that's why we decided to buy our own husky farm and our own dogs. So then we actually know how they are treated. And yeah, as I said, we went to visit the farm in March this year, and you can actually see from the dogs that they are super, super happy, and then they don't actually make that much noise because they're not stressed. And you can see that there's a couple who is like this married couple who is running the farm, and they actually live for the dogs. Like they know each of the dogs by the name, and they said that they can actually recognize the dogs by their bark. So that's actually pretty cool. They actually live for the dogs.
I love that activity while doing the trip.
Yeah.
Plus the, it was nice.
What's Instagram? There's like an Instagram account for it too.
Yeah, but actually the Instagram account is down now, but we are working on getting it up. But yeah, it's Arctic Adventures is the Instagram account called. So hopefully we get it back up soon. But yes, thanks for the question. Yes.
Time travel has now husky farms. Is there any future plan for getting a reindeer farm as well?
I don't know. That is actually probably a question for the management, because this husky farm is not as easy as it probably seemed for our founder, Mikko, who was like, oh yeah, it's super easy, I have 40 huskies, but now the reality hits and it's not actually super, super easy. But yeah, maybe that's an idea. Yeah, it's actually, you know, in Lapland, the reindeers, like there's no wild reindeers, so they are owned by, like all the reindeers that are up in Lapland, they are owned by somebody. So actually, I have no idea how to start a reindeer farm, but maybe that's an idea for the future when we get bored with the trips. Okay. That was perfect. Any other questions?
We still have time if someone wants candy.
Yeah, this is actually fun answering the questions, so come on.
Yeah, if no one has more questions, I would propose we close the speakers list and move to next topic.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. All right. Actually, the next topic would be coffee break, but it's a bit too early for that. It's not prepared yet, so we will fit something else on in place of this. How is it with board updates? Is it possible to do it now? Is the presentation?
Yeah, I think so. We can do board updates, right? Now? Yeah? They're noting, so yeah, we can do it.
All right, then we have just enough time to do a board update presentation. So here we go. Can you take the other microphone from there and present from that? And there's a presentation tool there.
All right. Hello again. So now I'm presenting you the National Board 2022-2023 updates. What we have been up to since the beginning of the mandate. So here you can see a lovely picture of us. Maybe the quality of the picture is not the best, but yeah. Also my laptop screen is a bit dirty. Maybe you can see it from here, but like it's the emotional aspect here that matters. So here's my lovely national bird. So here's Randa here, our vice president. She's originally from Uni Helsinki. Daria here, national representative. She's sitting right there. There's Onni, our treasurer, from Uni Turku as well. And that's me, Tia. My original section is ESN Uni Turku. And here's our unofficial mascot as well, Shasha, that's Onni's cat. So, yeah. We started the mandate with 3 people. It was me and Daria and Randa. Then in June we also got a 4th member Onni in the national the NAO line 2. And now we have 4 people in the board. Our board meetings happen basically once a week online. We have had 1 physical board meeting so far. And what we do is we present at different kind of events. For example, we went to NEDEX, BFC, Erasmus Upgrade, CM, and so on. So these are kind of ESN international events aimed for national board members for different kind of communities and so on. And then we were also at the Time Travels, the TEET event and so on, as the 3 of us. And then I will tell you my updates, what I've been doing as the president. Or have I been doing anything? Let's see. So a lot of my work is emailing people, answering messages, trying to, influence and so on, talking to people. For example, Alliance, which is the National Youth Council, Ministry for Education, different kind of partners, education community, and so on. Then, yeah, a lot of emails. And also administrative work, for example, because the president is the legal representative towards ESN International, so making all kind of reports and documents. For example, yesterday was the deadline for this national organization country report that ESN Finland has to fill for the General Assembly of ESN International. So kind of like this kind of event, but then we have to do a report about it, like what has ESN Finland been up to, and so on. So also a lot of paperwork. For also like the NA's preparations, at the moment we don't have a communication manager or events manager, so I'm kind of also doing some of their work, not all of it, because I don't have that much time. But yeah, also the NA preparation, there is like a lot of also paperwork about that, but trying to like, help the OC in, what way I can from a TNB side. And then just general like, support and training of the current national board members and also for the national coordinators that we have, and so on. Oh yeah, I will also present Randa. Randa is at the moment on this on her like mobility period relating to her PhD studies. She's in Reykjavik in Iceland, so that's the reason she's not able to be here today. But here are her updates. So, what has Randa done so far? She has survived. I think that's a very good start, so to speak, yeah. And the vice president is the one who chairs the CLR. So CLR is the Council of the Local Representatives and so on. So when we started our mandate, we were thinking how to what to do, for the mandate. Because we started on 1st of June, so we had the summer to think how to do ESN Finland this year. And Randa wanted to, and she did, wanted to think about the concept of CLR completely anew. Make them so they're not just something like obligatory that the LRs have to attend once a month, and they're not boring and they're more interactive and so on, so that you actually get something out of them. So, so far there's been 2 CRRs with these new concepts, and one of them was, for example, about the international events that we have, how to have international events, and I believe the guest speaker there was the Vice President of ESN International, Paula Pop. And also trying to have these kind of documents that we have for ESN Finland and local section and so on, all in one place, so that you actually know about these documents that we have for you. And the general fund has been something Randa has been working on a lot, that she cares about deeply. So, she's been promoting that hey, we have this thing called general fund, and she corrected and updated all the templates used for it. Yeah. And what she wants to do, we still have, I'm trying to calculate, 7 months of the mandate left. So a lot of time to do stuff. But yeah, she would like to work more on the general fund. There's some stuff that could be better about it, but she's really into working on that. And have this kind of horizontal approach to it, because now we have some really big sections with a lot of students. And then we have smaller section with not so many incoming students, in more rural areas and so on. So how to balance that. And yeah, so it's establishing better communication between MB and local sections. Overall, we've been trying to think should it be more email oriented or having these Telegram groups, and how to go about it. Yeah, and Randa will be going on EGM, so Erasmus Generation Meeting. She will be the delegation leader. And, she wants to show everyone that ESN Finland is not awkward. Just a little bit, but yeah. Just making ESN Finland great again. And now I think this is part of the promotion that she wants to do, that, please send your people, your section people to international events. That's one of the biggest things about ESN, going and meeting these new people in new places, because ESN is very much about capacity building of our volunteers. So giving you the tools to become, personally and section-wise, developed, so you have more motivation. And yeah, okay, that's a new one for me actually. I'll try to convince the other MB members to give us extra budget for preparations. But okay, we can discuss about this. Yeah, so that was for Randa. I think the next one is Onni.
Hi. So I'm Onni, the treasurer. My mandate began June, and I'm originally from the Turku section, University of Turku, but currently I live in Jyväskylä. Actually starting to feel like home here. Yeah. So basically, treasuring in ESN Finland is a lot about finding information from the tribe and getting the correct numbers and following the deadlines. Especially the international people with ESN card orders and such are very strict about the deadlines, so have to be really careful with that. Basically what I do daily is a lot of treasurer daily errands, send emails to partners, pay invoices, send invoices to sections and so forth. It's actually interesting to be here and finally see you people in face, because there are a lot of names I have sent email and such. Finally I can connect those dots. It's great. I attended actually it was community meeting, but it was the business and finance in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. It was in September. It was really interesting experience because that was basically my first international event I had taken part to, and first trip in many years. It was 4 days in Romania, did some networking there, and we had workshops. It was really interesting and rewarding, but quite demanding experience, to be honest. Basically workshops and networking and social stuff around the clock. But I recommend if you get the chance to go to these events. And I've done a lot of orders. Flag order was the most recent. Some of your sections took part into it. And the flags were supposed to arrive on Thursday. But apparently, Posti can't call me if my apartment has no door phone, because they were supposed to be delivered right to my apartment. And now when I check, the flags are traveling somewhere in Tampere. So we will probably get them next week or something. Yeah, they're coming. And condom order is on its way. Get it before pops. And yeah, actually, those were also supposed to be delivered to this event, but it appeared that the condom print machine was under maintenance, so there was a delay. Yeah, an ESN card order is taking place right now. And this one is my favorite, AGM Sweden 2020 refunds. I don't know how familiar you people are with this thing, but AGM Sweden was originally cancelled because of Corona, and it was agreed somewhere that the participation reimbursements would be paid to the delegates themselves. It was some kind of legal thing, I'm not really sure. It was like the ESN Sweden says that they cannot pay the fees directly to the sections. And now after 2 years we finally got the refunds going on, and we had the list of the participant banking account numbers and persons from 2021. So we weren't actually sure whether these people are still in contact with ESN, have they immigrated somewhere or whatever, resigned forever. That happens as well. So they were paid directly to ESN Finland, and at the moment I am doing Sherlock Holmes type of work and trying to locate the people, which money goes to the participants themselves and which money goes to sections themselves. But I've already started to pay them. It's quite a lot of this kind of mechanical work. And we have partnership negotiations going on, ASA exchange. We will be having meetings with the company soon, and probably if we have an extra NA in December, or I don't know, later, we will bring it to that if we reach some kind of conclusion with the negotiations. And Recon Group as well. We will be having the Recon Group contract renewal in this NA later, but we will propose to keep the previous contract valid, but we are also in negotiations for updating the contract, but more of that later. And I also took part to the Helsinki section's knowledge transfer lecture, and I held the presentation there about legal stuff. I'm a lawyer. And also in general, I have like provided to some sections like advice on association law and bureaucracy matters. I have some previous experience with associations. I made my previous student organization career in Turku Student Nations for many years, so I have a lot of background in that matter. Where did I put it here? Yeah. What am I aiming for? Well, to keep the treasuring running in a smooth and diligent way. Yes. Finish the ongoing partnership negotiations, and who knows if we even get new negotiations with new partners. And this one I was thinking because I've had these contacts with legal and bureaucracy related stuff that before the end of my mandate I would write some kind of guide to the legal stuff and bureaucracy stuff of Finnish association law and ESN legal framework. I don't know, it could be useful to have some kind of mark of my work to the future generations. And yeah, it would be great to activate the ESN Finland treasurer community again. I don't know if we've had one before, maybe the previous board people know, but it was strongly suggested in the community meeting I attended that we should create a, well, they use the word business and finance community, but I would like to use the name treasurer community. Yeah. Could be useful. And this one is my favorite and like what I'm aiming for, to be useful in general. Yeah. Okay. So here are my contact details. I think the best way to reach me is Telegram by far. Like I do read my email, that's, yeah, I do. But if you want like swift answer and like talk freely, then Telegram is really the way to go. You can call me as well if you want. My number isn't here, but you can find it in my email. Yeah. Do we have questions here or at the end of the?
At the end of the poll.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Daria Zajkowska. I'm the national representative of ESN Finland since June. I'm still active in my local board and I'm an events coordinator, but I'm going to tell you about my national representative stuff. No. So what have I done so far? I attended time travel, but it was already mentioned. Also, we had a knowledge transfer in Helsinki organized by the older members of the board. I've been doing international news updates and attended NAP calls. I'm going to attend NAP next week. All kinds of meetings, reading through emails and trying to make sense of what is going on the international level, what is important for our sections and what is not so important for us. So there will be a couple of upcoming events such as NAP, POPs and General Assembly in Turkey that I hope to attend. And one small passion of mine is merch, which is not my direct responsibility, but there is some merch that I have designed that's already available in the ESN shop. Yes, there is an ESN shop, so if you want a hoodie, but you can pay for it yourself, there is a place for you to go. And there is a small project that we started at our local section, which could possibly be further on a national level, which is a postcard project. And we all have free postcards from time travels, but we think that it would be cool to design postcards for our sections. We now have 2 designs, which is this one is specific for Oulu, which is Oulu checklist, and there's like kind of things that you can do in Oulu. And a more general one that we have is the Atlas of the Student Brain, and they took off surprisingly well, and we think that it would be cool to actually have more fun designs specific to ESN and exchange students, and maybe we could do similar like checklists for your cities and your sections and develop it further. So this is one thing that I'm interested in and I could probably do. And another thing, an idea that we had quite recently is to design an illustrated Sitsit newbie guidebook as well as a songbook, because there are rules and there are more hidden rules that you don't really know if you haven't attended many Sitsits. Like, for example, an easy one, we had this song like Way Hey and Up She Rises, and people stood up and clap hands, like the small things. But if you never sang the song, you don't know it. Or like a small sip, a big sip, you don't really know this. And we can come up with all these interesting parts and make it like an illustrated fun stories on Instagram kind of thingy maybe. Or include it in our ESN Finland songbook. I intend to attend more events to represent ESN Finland. And also I would like to visit the Godchild sections, which I haven't been up to yet, but hope to fix it in the near future. So, yep, that was my presentation. Thank you.
You have 9 minutes, including question round.
Alright, can we have the question round? Because I'm assuming there will be a lot of questions. After coffee break?
After coffee break?
Is there a coffee break now?
Yes, but we're gonna have the question round.
Alright, okay.
Directly with
You're
this.
the boss. Alright, so I want to take this opportunity to promote some of our vacant national board positions. Just to tell you a little bit more about them, so you get the idea, what do they actually do? So if you're not yourself wanting to apply now, I will open an open call like after TNA. You can maybe promote these positions to somebody else, or maybe in the spring, you can be like, hey, let's apply to national board, because we do have quite a lot of fun here. Daria and Onni, Randa and I, we have a lot of fun, and so on. So who would want to join that? So first, I will tell you about the events manager position. So, basically, the events manager is kind of like the supervisor for Metro, which has 2 teams, POPs and INET. So, POPs is the person called C, INET is the internal events. So, internal as in Finland happening and so on. So they also help with the preparations for the national assembly. So they help the MCs that we have. All that kind of running stuff like, hey, do you have your graphics ready, and what kind of help do you need, and so on, creating the events, and that kind of stuff. So, if you're really into making events, because, when I was in the local level, actually organizing the events was one of my favorite things and so on. So this is the same, but a bit more crime scale and so on. And also, if I would like for the events manager to come up with a new event. It could be a national event, for example. Do we want to celebrate, have a ESN Finland annual ball, for example? I would like to have that, but the current national board does not have the HR to do it. So maybe if we get a new events manager, we could do something like that. That'd be a lot of fun. Then also what we have vacant is communication manager. So, what you could do as the communication manager is helping the sections with the visual identity manual, for example. If they have questions like, hey, is this, Vim appropriate? Can I do this? Then you can tell them it's not or it is, and so on. Also, like having like different kind of social media content, different kind of campaigns, for example, having this welcome to Finland kind of experience when the semesters begin and so on, or trying to get like student ambassadors, to promote what's it to be like an exchange student in Finland, what it's like to attend ESN events, or like just like having this occasional thing between the sections that you can like take over ESN Finland social media and so on. There are a lot of things that this communication manager could do. And yeah, just like building an organizable brand for ESN Finland. Thank you.
All right, and I open the speakers list. Any questions? Is that you have? If it's the first one, then it's always this. Anyways, Onni, you can start.
Yeah, it's not a question, but like a comment on the presentation. One thing about national board are the international events. They are very important part of the international board, and we strongly advise and even require our members to take part in those international events, because they're really actually there work with the international community and represent the ESN Finland as a whole. We have budget for the international events and strongly encourage our persons to attend them.
Yep, totally, yeah, because like they're like part of our work, so there's actually quite a lot of traveling involved in the national board work and so on. Like I haven't been able to go to all the events that I could have gone to because I do have to work and so on. But yeah, they're a really big part of the national board work.
Okay, then we have Teresa next.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe. And you can steal this microphone.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the design, what Daria was talking about. That maybe it would be great to have some national patch, that there would be like an ESN Finland patch which all sections could order and then distribute it in their sections. So then when we have the different kinds of overalls and like different kinds of patches, then there would be this one extra one which we all would have the same. And I think it would be nice to a little bit more like unite this. And then a little bit different question, or like a point. I'm a little bit curious about budget of each section for the national events, international events, because sometimes I'm not sure like how much we should distribute. Of course, like our treasurer knows like how much we should distribute, but then I'm surprised that some sections are sending 3 people, and we are like, I don't even know if we can, like we send 1 person because that's like a lot to what we can do. And I'm thinking if it's all just a question of the overall budget we have, or what are we doing wrong and how is it different. So if there would be some guidance for that, that would be great.
Do you have any
Thank
answer?
you.
Sorry, there was actually a reaction, so, but, wait, are you answering the question?
He's answering the question.
Okay, then you need to do this as well.
Yeah, I did, but I guess I did
sorry.
too low.
Okay, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
So what was I about to say? Well, of course the budgets depend a lot on the financial situation, but I strongly advise to have enough money budgeted for these international and national events, because they are part of the ESN work. And I have met during my mandate this kind of attitude that section members may feel like they are kind of exploiting their like position when they get money from their budget for free traveling. But I think that's not that fruitful point of view, because these events are very important part of this organization. And keep in mind that these events, they are not like paid vacation. For example, the community meeting was very demanding. It was 4 days, took a lot of travel, intense workshop, evening program. They are actually quite demanding and resourceful events. They are not like vacation. But yeah, I strongly advise to budget if you have the financial means, and of course you can prioritize like what is the like if you have like obligatory events, you have to act like an NA, you have budget for NA expenses and such, so like prioritize.
Okay, we had 2 reactions, so Yannick, you still have a reaction related to this, and after that it's Magdalena.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say about the national patch, that a big issue with patches is that they have to be Vim compliant, and it's hard to make Vim compliant patches by itself. And then like a national patch that has to mention ESN Finland really could just be the ESN Finland logo with the current Vim rules. So otherwise I like the idea, and also I wanted to make a quick comment that I technically don't represent ESN Lappeenranta here, so it would be nice if you could write National Social Inclusion Coordinator.
Yeah, for sure.
Instead.
Right, ESN Finland.
Hello, Magdalena, ESN Vaasa. So I was thinking about the general fund. Is that something like you can use also for the sections that can't afford or don't have budgeted as much for the international trips as well, or the events? And what is like logical for the local sections to apply for or go for the international events, except for the EGM and NEF? That is something that we should consider to put in the budget.
Alright, so I can answer that somewhat. I believe, at least I hope so. So I think it's also like a problem because of like, you know, the COVID that happened and so on. Because if you have, you know, been on a section really long, you actually kind of like know from the previous budgets how much you have put money into this kind of like, you know, international and national events and so on. So you have that kind of history there. And you know, okay, you know, it takes about this and this amount of money and so on. But we can also like, you know, maybe start, you know, as ESN Finland, like in a recommendation, like, you know, how much money should you budget for national and international events, and how to put it in the budget. Should you just have like, you know, one complete international events and then national events, and but like usually the participation fees are like, you know, around 100 euros per person, and then you have to buy flights and so on. But yeah, we can look into it and have these recommendations for you. And then the other part I think was about general fund guidelines and so on. Well, that is the problem because how to say this nicely? They're like really unclear at the moment. They don't specify anything. We're kind of like, you know, when we are like, you know, reading the guidelines and trying to like, if people have, you know, applied for money, we're like, well, how to go about this? You know, we can like interrupt the guidelines in any way possible. So it's really, yeah, the general fund basically is not like meant that we continuously use that to send, you know, section delegates to different kind of international events and so on. So yeah, I think that answered the question.
Okay, we have 2 reactions. Daniela was first, and then it's only after that. Unless only wants to go first.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, basically you can apply for the travel expenses, but the problem at the moment is that when we evaluate the applications, that should we give priority. We have one point in the guidelines that we have to evaluate the financial status of the section, but it hasn't been like specified that do we evaluate it in a way that if the section hasn't really got the financial means, we will give them like the full points, or is it that we evaluate that whether the finances of the sections have been done in a diligent and like careful way, that they are like, we are sure that they are like very cautious with their money. We are about to specify that in the future. But I think other problem is as well that there could be sections applying for the fund who are financially stable, but for some reason they just haven't budgeted the money. And I believe if the section has the financial means, like in reality, they should not apply for the general fund. I meant their budget or something. That would be the like first option.
Yes, Daniela, and just about schedule, if it's possible, formulate your question and answer beforehand so that it can be condensed, so that we can go to coffee break kind of in enjoy it in full.
I do want coffee, so.
Yes, just to answer also to your question, Magdalena, about which event that can be worth going to and which you can get general fund from on the international level. Of course, I am not in the national board myself, so I am not part of evaluating and actually making the decision which events that they approve and not. But just on a general level and also traditionally, the kind of events that also national board often want to also give funding for in these cases are actually the educate training events, because those are the events that usually the sections don't have them in their own budget, so you might not have an budget line for them, which makes sense. But it's also events that we from the national level really see the value of people attending, because it's the way we also get more trained volunteers, we also can get people who can be trainers in the future and give workshops and give back to the network. So it's also in that sense events that we want to prioritize, and they are also usually a bit more expensive, also because they are often a bit longer. They might, for instance, if you go to Educate Starter, which I will tell a bit more about later, it's normally I think a 7 or 8 day long event, so it makes sense that the participation fee is a bit higher. But then again, it's events that we, of course, I can't tell 100% on behalf of the national board, but traditionally it's also events that we are happy to support you to go to.
Okay, I don't see any more reactions to this topic, so completely new comment question, Ahmad. And while the microphone travels, I forgot candy for the people who asked, so pay attention and catch. Yannick?
I would save time because I should have raised 2 fingers. And
it's okay.
Thanks to Teresa on
then reaction.
Daniela, Magdalena, because they already gave me the answer to my question.
Okay, thank you. Then we have Svenja. Svenja or Svenja Reetta, which one is it?
Svenja is easier, I think.
All right.
Regarding the events coordinator's position, there was the mention of organizing an annual gala for ESN Finland. Something similar to this actually was already or tried to organize when ESN turned 30. We wanted to have an annual gala together with the, ESN Finland, because it's like sort of it was. ESN Finland is a bit closer to ESN International than one single section, but the ESN International was against having any kind of annual celebrations. So, don't you think this would be a bit not that beneficial? Like, do you think that might have changed? Because like back in the days, then we had to organize. I think it was Helga Aalto and Metropolia together. We organized the event. We did have ESN Finland as a guest there, but we were not able to use the ESN Finland name or celebrate together as ESN Finland.
I could just use the same microphone. So yeah, I don't know the specifics of that and so on, but we're in Finland. We're a student organization, association. It's part of the Finnish culture that when an association turns years, you have a celebration, annual gala and so on. So this would be I think. For the love of me, I can't remember how many years ESN Finland is as an association, not so many actually. But I would love to, have that kind of annual gala, for ESN Finland and so on. But yeah.
Okay, I guess Onni has first reaction and then Ahmed.
Thank you. I believe we discussed this freely in the board during the summer. Yeah. Yeah, but in general, I believe we were open to the idea of having some kind of bigger gala for ESN Finland and sections, but it would require an organizing committee and persons, preferably a board member, an events coordinator, and then an organizing committee, more human resources, so to speak.
Okay, Ahmad actually has a procedural question, so
Yeah. It's regarding the events manager backend. Question about events, like what kind of event that the general ESN promote, or the event manager should promote, or you can mention an example for events that as ESN Finland like locally promote or like have, and is it like kind of events together ESN Finland sections around university, or
Yeah, so ESN Finland at the moment, like what our events are the national assemblies, as we have to do because of the association law and so on. And also like, our NAs are really workshop orientated and so on. So these are our national events, and what else we have? We have part of Baltic Sea, that's ESN Finland event. And then we used to have back in the day Finsites, which are just like training event. So like weekend that specifically focuses on like certain topic, for example leadership, or like how to be a treasurer. And then we go somewhere in a cottage for a weekend, and we train the sections about that specific topic, so they get like more information about it. So these are like the ESN Finland, our like own national events and so on. And did I answer your question?
so I think there's like space for kind of like giving ideas about different or new events.
Yeah, totally. That is like what I want to have, because I think this builds like a stronger community between the sections and so on, makes us stronger, and we get to enjoy more. And something like, because POPs is like of course we have the volunteers there from the sections, but then we also have the international students there, and then we have this separate like NAs and Finsites are for volunteers and so on. So we could have different kind of events. We're really open to that, like having something new and so on. Events are fun.
here we have Emma from ESN Lappeenranta.
Mine's quick. Well, whatever. Just with the seat like thing, I think that's a great idea. The instructions about how things work. My main comment would be make sure you do it in collaboration with the different ESN sections, because there are different seat traditions across Finland, and so it is important to incorporate those as well. That's just a comment. That's it.
Yeah, I can also answer that comment that like that is something that we were planning. We were like brainstorming. We were thinking that all the sections could send their like best beloved songs from their sections, and we could have this like collaborated one big ESN Finland 6-song book, for example. And then also like promoting the student culture and the different aspects of student culture in Finland, because when we have the like applied sciences, universities, and like teekkarit and so on, they have different kind of like student cultures, and we should really like be proud of that and celebrate that and show that to the students that we have really strong this like student culture here in Finland, and we should really utilize that.
And I'll add to one suggestion just for songbooks in general. We just did this with ours. If you put under the song like only who the Toastmasters can propose it, or like this can only be sung after dessert, like because that was in the songbook yesterday, so I was like, can I sing this song? I don't know. That's just a pro tip related to songbooks. I'm done.
Alright. Do we have anyone else wanting to be on the speakers list? As if not, I would propose to close the speakers list. Okay, then speakers list is closed, and I will throw the candies to you two, and then the OC has some updates to give.
Yes, hello. I hope you are all well, almost all of you after yesterday. And now we continue with a coffee break. Maria will lead you downstairs. Please take with you your water bottles. Please wash your hands, because we don't have a hand sanitizer there, so if you can go to the toilet, just like whatever you feel like. And the coffee break is till 12:15, 12:18, now I see the change. And from there, you can leave all the stuff here, because this room will be still available for any time, even during the coffee break. Then from the coffee break, you will be divided and either go with Linda to conflict management, or with Eleni to social inclusion for the workshop. And from there, after it finishes, you can just come back. Please put your jackets on after the workshop, and we'll be walking outside a little bit to the restaurant where we have our lunch. Yep, easy as that.
And remember to register for your workshops in the beginning of the coffee break. We will put this chart at the coffee break place. So
Okay,
remember
so yeah, in the coffee break you have the charts to register for the workshops. Thank you.
Enjoy coffee.
continue with a bit of slight live agenda change. We thought it might be a good idea to have the arbitration board presentation before the arbitration board candidacies, so you get slight idea also what the arbitration board is about. So this is provided by Mia, the current arbitration board chair. Would you like a microphone? That's the presentation tool. Over there.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Mia. And like Tony said, I'm from the arbitration board, and according to our statutes we need to present what we have been up to since the previous NA, so that's what I'm doing here. This is us, the current arbitration board. Our mandate has been going on for almost 2 years. It's coming to its end in a couple of months now. There's me, I'm the chair of the board. I'm from Kisa originally and live still in Kuopio. Then we have Anni, who's from ESN Turku originally and currently she lives in Helsinki. And then we have Simon, who's from ESN Aalto and currently lives in Germany. And there we go. So what the arbitration board actually is and what do we do? We exist to interpret official documents of ESN Finland, for example the statutes and standing orders, also the association law of Finland if necessary. We can also mediate disputes between members and individual sections bodies of ESN Finland. For example, if some people within your section have disagreements with each other, we can help with that. Or if you, for example, have a problem with the national board or something like that, we can help with that. And lastly, as mentioned earlier this morning, we can also, or we do, if someone makes the code of conduct violation report, that comes to us. And the 3 people I showed earlier will investigate those. How you can contact us, you can fill in the code of conduct violation report. Can we click on that? And see where it actually is. It's on the ESN Finland website. So you go from ESN Finland and then at the bottom code of conduct incident report form. It brings you to this page and you can fill it in. This is also kind of information that if you forget everything else I say, I wish you will share this stuff with the rest of your section members who are not here. Then also, if you don't have a code of conduct related stuff, if you want to contact us about something else, you can send us an email to arbitration.board@esnfinland. And we are also in Slack individually and as a group. Now for the actual update part. So what we have been doing, we have had 0 code of conduct violation reports, which is good. Most of our work has been with the NB, as you can see. So last spring there was some internal disputes within the NB, and that continued after the last NA SimCity for a bit still. Then we had a meeting with the new current NB, and then we have answered some short clarifications about the statutes, for example. Then there was a general fund application consultation, some questions about some boards missing people. And then currently, as we speak, we are also with the arbitration board working with the issue of ESN Kuopio and ESN Kisa time travels commissions confusion. And then we have had some short statutes or association law questions from some of the sections. And we also, I hope, all of you saw the email I sent about the code of conduct a while ago. And Tony has applied to the arbitration board. Even if he is elected, there are still 2 open positions in the arbitration board. And as I said, our mandate is coming to an end in a couple of months. It has been fun though. I can recommend if you have some, or if you know someone who has some experience from ESN already, and wishes to try something else, something new, I can highly recommend it. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mia. Speakers list is open if anyone would like to ask any questions about the arbitration board update. Remember, we still have candy, a lot of chocolate actually. Can you hand the microphone around, or can someone else help with it?
Thank you. Okay, Muhammad, ESN Alpha. I don't know if I missed this because I came a bit late, so can you clarify a little bit about the cast of the role that you just mentioned?
Here we go. So, we interpret official documents, we can mediate disputes between members, and we investigate the code of conduct violations.
Yeah.
Saida from ESN. I just want to ask what's the process of the investigation of the code of conduct violations?
Yeah, I believe Pia and Daniela are going to have some sort of a short session about it later, maybe tomorrow, because currently there is no process, really. It's basically up to us. We haven't had to done it so far because no one has, fortunately, nicely, there hasn't been any code of conduct violations or reports of them during our mandate. Possibly because some of it was during COVID and nothing happened.
Is there kind of the previous records of the kind of investigation?
Before our mandate, like before we started 2 years ago, it didn't exist. Like it's pretty new thing, so.
Yes, there is your chocolate. I hope I throw it. It landed near you, sorry.
I'm sorry I missed. What was your section?
Yes,
okay, for the minutes, because I'm taking minutes and managing the speakers list at the same time.
Oh, I can manage the speakers list.
It's okay.
Daniela, ESN Finland. Yeah, just a comment also to your question, Saida, that yes, as Mia said, this is the first certification board, so before that it was the system that it was two appointed persons in the NB who received the code of conduct reports. And I was actually myself part of reporting. It was not in that case about me, but one of my board colleagues. And that time it was just investigated in the way that we had different kind of mediation course. It was called both with just volunteer separately with the contact persons, and then yeah, it was basically different kind of mediation calls with the different parties involved. So that's just one concrete example of how it can be handled, but as Mia said, it's also a bit of a grey zone at the moment. There are no real steps how to investigate.
Anyone else? Ah, yes.
So, Ada, ESN Vasa, could you give an example of something that, like, we could report, like something that would be something you would investigate?
Well, I don't know if we can quickly open the code of conduct somehow, but basically there's listed different kind of, for example, bullying. If you experience or witness some sort of bullying or harassment of any kind, or discrimination based on age, sex, whatever, religion. There we go.
And then, like, on top of that, like, what is something that you could do about it? Like, for example, if there was a case of sexual harassment, what would the thing be that you would good to have, or is that the thing Tia is going to tell us about?
Yeah, currently there are no sort of set consequences, so I suppose it would be like case by case. What should be done about it? What kind of consequences the action would require? I think there's 2 people before and then who is next? There and
If you want, you can manage, but.
Hi, Julia, Time Girls. I just want to ask, like, do you guys have some kind of training for this position? Because, like, those code of conduct cases can be quite serious, and there should be, like, some real way of handling them. So, do you have some kind of training for it?
we haven't had, but we talked with the NB that it would be great if the arbitration board members had some training or participated in some sort of training. But our one hasn't had anything. Yeah.
Comments from Tia in Finland. And so like we would really like, the arbitration board gets a lot of training on that because it's, vital for that. And want to give them money.
Hi, I'm Yasik from ESN Finland. I have I would like to ask whether we can seek clarifications. For example, ESN our section is it's a non-profit organization, but then when we order patches, we have to pay tax. So if we can seek clarification where we can incorporate in a way which we can also have tax, not pay that much tax, so we can save on that.
I don't think you need to pay taxes.
Are you referring to sales tax?
From the patches, when you order, you have to pay 21% VAT. Sorry, not tax, VAT.
If I could comment on that, Yannick, ESN Finland. So,
Yeah. So, for registered companies, if we pay VAT, you can deduct whatever VAT people pay to you from that, which means you don't have to pay as much tax in the end, but it doesn't really apply to associations. You just have to pay it, and there's no way around that.
I think they're in
So I was thinking this, since it's a new thing, this actually, yeah, I don't know, but anyways, what was the need for it to become if you haven't had it before and you haven't had anything, any cases, what was the need and what was the reason behind creating this thing? And is it something from ESN International, or is it only ESN Finland?
ESN International has an arbitration board too, and it functions much the same way ours does. Like Tia and Daniela said before, it has been the NB that has dealt with these things previously, and back a couple of years ago when arbitration board was formed first, it was seen that the NB can sometimes be too close to the sections, or it can be a bit awkward to report stuff to people you know very closely, or might even be part of the problem sometimes. So it was sort of thought that it's good to have some as independent body as possible. And what else was I going to say? I don't remember anymore.
Can I make a more comment? Is this something that you can find in other ESN countries as well, or is it only is it country-wise?
I'm not sure which countries have it, but I mean other ESN countries do have arbitration courts of their own, and then the international ESN International has also like their own.
I'm Kubra from ESN Joensuu, and first I was about to say that is there any like specific guidelines for how to act, like as sanctions about to like mediate or the problems. However, I guess you guys don't have a specific guidelines. Are you guys planning to do any guidelines like plan? Because these are so important, like problems like sexual harassment, and a guideline can help people to understand how to act.
Yeah, I think the session later is going to be about the code of conduct related stuff and what should happen and how that's dealt with. And then we also talked with the NB, because it also has been a bit of a problem with the mediation, that at the moment we can't really do anything else than mediate basically. So if that doesn't lead to a solution, if the parties still don't agree, then there's nothing we can do about it. So we also talked about having some sort of guidelines or solutions for that.
Yeah, it can be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any hands raised at the moment. Okay, there's one more.
Still the ESN Vasa. So, just two A's in the beginning. So, at least in Vasa, they make it really like they put a lot of emphasis on each association having one of these people, and they call it hubis. And we're always supposed to have one at every party, so that would be the person that you approach in case you experience some form of bullying or you're just not comfortable. So is that the thing that then we should tell you? But is there, because I don't see how you could do anything, because I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, if the sections have their own code of conduct or something like that, or a contact person, then obviously they would be the contact person and the one who's supposed to deal with it and investigate it. If the sections don't have one, then the ESN Finland applies to the sections as well.
Yeah, but just out of curiosity, if like anyone else, like any other section has this going on, like do you guys have a person that would be someone to contact in case something went wrong? I think there was talk about some kind of little form that we're supposed to have available for people. At least I've heard. I don't know if that was made by you guys or if it then was Vasa telling us to add one. But that could be maybe something everybody could do, is have a form, and with that form then if it's serious then contact you guys.
Yeah, sure. Obviously also, like has been said before, there isn't much like legally or like serious consequences that we can do at the moment. So if it's like actually serious, then obviously the police or someone who can actually do something like proper.
Jani, ESN Finland. I understand that you probably can't get specifics, but I was wondering if, and if so, how many times you've had to deal with situations like that during your term, where you had to like guide in a process of conflict.
With the code of conduct stuff, we haven't done any of those. With the mediation, there was one sort of longer big thing that lasted for a long time last spring.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else wishing to ask questions or comment? Okay, if not, I propose we close the speakers list. Alright. Right, no objections. Speakers list is closed, and thank you, Mia. Then we have a presentation by me, and during this presentation I will be handing over the chairing to Mia because I have a bit of conflict of interest with the application here. So, so the National Board had published a open call for the next arbitration board. It's always a 2-year mandate, and it seems that I was the only one who has applied, so you will be hearing about my candidacy this time, maybe in the future by other people as well. So, I will not be going that much into the background of the arbitration board's work, what they do. This is mainly presenting me as a candidate and why I would be interested in this, and why maybe sections should be interested in maybe electing me if you wish so. Well, first of all, a little bit about me. I've been in ESN now 9 years, as was actually in the CT presentation as well, since 2013. So I have a lot of experience from different areas of ESN. I started on the local level, like everyone does. So my original section was ESN Aalto, where I was president, vice president, and active member. Then, due to studies, I moved to Kuopio to become part of ESN Kisa. There I was mainly just an active member because in reality I was quite busy on the national level all of these many years. 4 different mandates I've been in the national board. Some would say that's a bit too many. I had a lot of interest to help around. So I've been doing the roles of president, vice president, NR, and then president twice. And at the moment, the only place where I'm active is in the ESN Finland alumni network, which is not a very active role at all, but technically I'm a president of ESN Finland alumni. And I have recently graduated, so I have a bit more working life ahead of me at the moment. Not so much student gatherings anymore. Okay, about the position-specific merits, well, in the past, especially in the National Board, I've been involved a lot in the maintenance of our legal documents. Some of I think the statutes version, for instance, that is from 2020, is still something that I've had a lot of involvement in. So a lot of the legal documents I've been part of already in writing and trying to make them more understandable. So I have had to deal with those quite a lot, so I have a good insight into what is contained in them. But then I also have a lot of interest in actually also maintaining my knowledge about these, and also not only ESN Finland's, but we are governed by ESN International's legal documents, which is almost 100 pages of documents to look after. So I have a lot of interest, and I've also been involved in writing some of the ESN International's statutes and standing orders, just a few words, but still count for something. Yeah, as mentioned before, I've been involved in changing these documents as well. And why would you be interested in selecting me? I like working with other people, and I believe I can do it quite objectively as well. I keep my cool and stress levels under control, and I can be empathetic, but I can also be impartial. I can set myself outside from that situation when it's required. That's quite important in the work of arbitration board when considering mediation. But I would stress that I have especially kind of keen interest in these legal matters as well. Probably if I would have to, if someone is going to ask what is the more interesting part in arbitration board, for me it's the legal documents, but I can do everything related to the arbitration board work. But if you're considering what kind of knowledge I can bring to the team, then I would say it's probably more on the legal document side. But of course, arbitration board is 3 people, so it's everyone brings something to the table. And I believe that's it from my presentation side. So thank you.
I don't need that one. Okay, we can open the speakers list. I don't have the speakers list here, but I can keep it in my head. Questions for Tony?
So just a fun note that I guess you would be like interpreting the legal documents you took part drafting.
Well, yes. If you think about it, it has the benefit of when you know the purpose of why something was written to the statutes, then you know kind of about the interpretation. But technically anyone should be able to do that by going through old minutes of national assemblies to see discussion about why something was done. But for me it's easier. I remember why it was done.
Makes sense.
Can you give one example? Yes, that's the one on the screen. Oh, can you maybe give one example in real life or in the past? Any example that you have successfully mediated a conflict?
Alright. It's very difficult to define for me if it has been successful or not. I have mediated in ESN Aalto in the early years. There was quite a bit of a conflict between 2 of our event managers. I was president back then, so I had no choice but to mediate, even though it felt quite difficult. Well, in the end, these 2 people, they didn't come along anyways, no matter what kind of mediation was done, but at least they kept it outside, away from the eyes of the active members and the board, so in front of everyone they were coming along well, but in personal life they were not good friends for sure. That's the kind of concrete example I can think of mediation. There'd probably be others too, but I would have to dig deeper to remember to give a better example.
Oh, so afraid of doing this one. That's why confidence is the key. Sorry.
Anyone else?
Yeah, ESN Finland. How would you make sure that sections are more aware of like what does the arbitration board do and so on? What kind of services do you offer?
What kind of what?
How would you make, you know, what kind of services do you offer for them?
Yeah. Well, I think one important factor is, as you just saw from previous presentation as well, it is actually written in the statutes that the arbitration board has to give a presentation at the national assemblies, but it's quite an important one to also raise awareness of the of the arbitration board existing in the first place. And then I would say it's presence on the mailing list, sometimes just sending some kind of hello, we exist email. But in other terms, well, it can be challenging, but I would say CLRs is probably one way, because I also think the arbitration board shouldn't have a very active role in being part of things. They just should be, according to the statutes, present here themselves, sometimes remind that they exist, but not be in a very active role in taking part in anything else than that. So in that sense it's a bit challenging, but I would say at least the national assemblies, maybe twice a year, just post something on the mailing list to make sure people know they exist and then attending CLRs sometimes.
Thank you.
CLR is, by the way, Council of Local Representatives. If there are newbies among us.
I will come get it later. I don't want to. I have it first.
Okay. Any other questions?
We talked on airline.
Kingsley, ESN Kisa. So, since the arbitration board is also in charge of the code of conduct, do you think the members of the arbitration board should attend ESN Finland's biggest event like POPs to see things for themselves and not just hear things from people? What's your opinion about that?
Well, so to gain kind of field knowledge of what happens on the POPs, I'm quite aware myself, of course, having been in many organizing committees, of what kind of problems exist on POPs. There's definitely things there that constitute also code of conduct violations. I don't necessarily think the arbitration board has to be present there because those things, like it's easier managed on the spot with someone from the OC who's already there and more visible around the ship is part of the points of contact for the code of conduct. Because with the arbitration board there is so little you can do in a big event like that is so kind of, it's national event but it's very localized event, and the arbitration board is supposed to be more of a national body, so it could be potentially a bit difficult, but I would say if there are people on the arbitration board who hasn't seen POPs, maybe it's a good idea for them to attend at least once to gain that kind of STEM knowledge.
my reaction, Mia, CT, I guess. Yeah, as POPs is a national event, just like NAs are, POPs also has like a named point of contact for the participants to contact in case they need to, in case they experience or witness something.
It will reach you eventually.
Should I go next? Or can I go? Yes. Yes. I will continue on the same topic as Kingsley, even though I know you said that code of conduct is not your personal focus in the AB, but also related to maybe a session that we will have later, and the thing in the project we would also maybe want to start. How do you see, or what is your personal opinion on how the code of conduct could be improved or developed further?
Yeah, well, so I would start with saying that the Code of Conduct does a very good job in laying a foundation of what kind of issues are we considering in ESN as values that we cannot breach. So in that sense, that part of Code of Conduct is quite good. What could be improved is indeed probably the process of how violations are actually took into processing, not only because it's more transparent in that way, but also I think also now that the arbitration board is changing, then there's a way that the current arbitration board might have been considering to do things, but then that knowledge can never be fully transferred unless there is some kind of procedure also set out somewhere. So I think at least creating that kind of process part of the code of conduct might be a good idea, a good way to improve it. Other than that, well, I would stick to that for now at least, not to have too many things to develop.
Any other questions? If not, I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? No? Okay. We close the speakers list and Tony can continue from here.
Okay, hello everyone again from the behind the desk.
Oh,
I have
I have a thing.
Yes.
I shared the minutes a while ago to the Drive folder, so if you want to see them.
Yeah, it's the shared folder
Yeah.
that has been shared at some point. Right. Next up, we have well, two topics that are quite related to each other. I guess for this, I will just display the agenda because there is no presentation for this at the moment, and there probably will not be. We have the Vice Operations Inspector for 2021 to 2022. Does anyone from the National Board want to say anything about this topic? You could, for instance, say what the person does. Can I have the microphones? Or one of them can give. Yeah.
Alright, so Vice Operations Inspector for the last mandate of the National Board and so on. So we have the, the main Operations Inspector already elected. That's Eli from ESN Vasa. But by mistake, we did not elect Vice Operations Inspector. So in case something happens to Eli, he dies, or so he doesn't want to deal with the, with the financial statement anymore, then the Vice Operations Inspector will, step in and has to do the stuff and so on. So I do have a really high confidence and trust in Eli. So, this is just like a formality. We just need somebody on the paper to be this person. So basically they, go through our meeting minutes, National Board meeting minutes, the NA minutes, the financial report, and just, check out everything is okay.
Yes, so that seems like a fairly easy task for someone, and I believe now we do need to have a volunteer who would like to be the Vice Operations Auditor of the last year.
We have somebody. Kingsley, did I see your hand?
Okay.
Alright.
It has been correctly spotted, the hand. So we have Kingsley Alish from ESN Kisa who would like to volunteer. Probably no one else. That's alright. So we have... yeah, okay. Questions are also okay.
I just want to ask what's the workload there and working hours or maybe something like that
Can't really say actually. I don't have the experience necessary to answer that, but maybe the oldies here know better.
Okay, the answer has been given to me. I have never done the operations inspection of ESN Finland, but I would imagine it can take, let's say, if we talk about how many days of full intense working on it, I would say maybe 2 days of worth of work. So let's say between 10 and 20 hours of actual work. I've done some operations inspection, but not big as ESN Finland.
Okay, fine. So this applies for the next point, the operations inspector for this board, but
as we already have Eli for the actual operations auditor, the vice operations auditor really, we are not expecting them to do anything really, unless something happens to Eli. But
I know, it's a secret.
All right. Okay. If nothing more than that, then we have one candidate for this decision, and that would be Kingsley. So what happens is we will put it to tomorrow's voting session. Then, does anyone want to ask Kingsley anything? Or would Kingsley like to say something?
Alright, so
Is that so that the camera can get you?
alright, so my name is Kingsley. I'm the current president of ESN KISA, and for this, I arrived today because we had an event yesterday which I had to take care of. So what's my ESN experience and how long have I been in ESN? So first and foremost, I've been in ESN for 6 years and a couple of months now. And I have been the president of ESN KISA, been the sports coordinator, and also been the couple of positions here and there. And on the national level, I've been the treasurer for 2 years. Two or three? I don't remember.
Something like that.
Yeah, we've worked together. So, and I've also been the vice NR and for two years as well. So I know what is meant to happen there because I've been on the site whereby I was being inspected on anyways with my fellow colleagues. So I know what to do, and I know if hopefully nothing happens to Ellie, hopefully so then I don't have to do anything then. Right, so this is all about me, and if you have any questions, please feel free.
I'm not expecting a lot of questions, so I'm not separately opening a speakers list, but if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see anyone raising their hand. That is all good and dandy, so we can then Kingsley will be proposed on the voting sheet tomorrow. And then we move to the next topic, which is following the theme, is now that we've corrected last year's mistake of electing the Vice Operations Inspector, for the ongoing board's mandate, we need an actual Operations Inspector and Vice Operations Inspector. So two separate people, and you've probably already heard a little bit what the main Operations Inspector is supposed to do, and that's the main role. So I think we would start with the Operations Inspector for this year. Does anyone feel like they would like to do it? We have Kingsley raising his hand. Okay. Does anyone else? No? Alright. Well, Kingsley already presented himself a little bit, so do you have questions for Kingsley about him applying as the Operations Inspector? Okay, I do not see any hands being raised. Then, if no one has anything about this, then I believe this will also be added as the voting question for tomorrow's voting session, if Kingsley will be approved as the Operations Inspector. Okay, then we have the other position. Kind of interesting how most elections you have to apply a lot of time beforehand, but in this one we just apply on the spot. Do we have anyone interested to be the Vice Operations Inspector for this year? Remember how it's the easier position You get all the fame without any of the work.
Looks good on your CV, and you know, unless something happens to Kingsley, then you don't have to.
Zahid. Yes. I do have one question from the cheering team side. Are you in NEFCO at the moment?
Yes.
What kind of role you have there?
I am that IT responsible and organizing stuff.
Doesn't sound like much. Yeah, why I was asking is because the person has to be impartial, but that seems like fairly impartial position. It's mainly the chairs of the committee that would be perhaps problematic. Would I interpret it that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Question not specifically for you, but
Sorry. Unique ESN Finland. Question about this person having to be impartial. Is that related to ESN Finland positions, or is that in general? Impartial, like with us being an umbrella organization, should you also be impartial compared to other sections under ESN Finland, or how does that work?
Okay, well, I can answer that since I already have the microphone. Yeah, it's just in relation to the operations inspection itself, which means ESN Finland in this case. For instance, the national board is clearly conflict of interest because they would be inspecting themselves. And then it's a bit of a gray zone after that. If you are a national coordinator, you can be impartial because you don't have anything to do with the budget, but then on the other hand, you are involved in the activities of the national board. So it is a bit of the gray zone where then you might be ruled out basis on that. But then someone who's a committee member has fairly little to do with the national board, so it's like a little bit of a gray zone of evaluating. In the end, it's also about the sections, what you think is acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
So, do we have the Vice Operations Inspector? Yes, Zahid. All right. Do we have any contesters for this? Not at the moment. I will give Zahid the microphone so he can say something about himself.
Hi, I'm Zahid from I'm Zahid. I'm the current president of ESN Turku. I joined the ESN back in 2018, and since then I was an active member. I was 2 mandates, vice president and 1 mandate president as well. And I've been in NEFCO for 2 years, and there have been in many events as GS and organizing committee. So from that point of view, I have fairly enough experience that I can say how our operation should go on or not. I believe I wouldn't have much to do as Kingsley is there, but if I need to do something, so I can help him with that. And I can point out these small issues that if something I feel like or is not going by the book, which is really important for all of us and for the organization.
Cool. Do you have any questions for Zahid? Okay, I see nothing. I assume it probably means people are maybe happy to see who they have seen as candidates. Or not, who knows.
I don't know at all.
Alright, then that concludes this part.
Thanks.
So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Alright, then at this point, I'd like to invite Onni to the stage to talk about the renewal of Recom Group contract. Let me get the presentation. Where it is here.
have no
I
idea.
think we're fine because it does not really relate to events. So, yeah.
Actually, there is a clause in the contract that is confidential. I'm terribly sorry.
Can you stop the streaming?
Else who's not
Yes.
Because it's confidential.
Okay.
I think they're.
Technically not.
Yeah.
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 Go.
Yeah.
You can keep Julia company.
Well, like, if you become an ESN section, it's the part where you get to, you're all positive.
I'm looking forward.
I know.
Once I have
Okay,
to
great.
stop the streaming, just give me a moment. Just we're stuck in between.
Yeah, so hi again. So last year we negotiated a contract between Recon Group Oy, which is based
most likely, unless something changes. Very
Clear. You get this kind of paper for your every section delegate who has a vote. Gets this kind of paper. Do not write your section's name on it because it's a secret vote. I think if you write your section's name on it, it might make the vote invalid. I'm not entirely sure though, would have to check. But I have once voted in ESN international event where I accidentally wrote the country's name and it became invalid vote, so don't write anything else on it. So you only circle one option, not more than one. And the questions are for the arbitration board, who do you elect? And then the operations inspectors, there were 2 vice operations inspectors, one for last year, one for this year, and then one operations inspector for this year. So those are the 4 secret votes. And I would like to ask at this point, seeing the list of votes, there's 2 transparent votes. It's the Finnish minutes and the renewal of the Recom group. Are you okay with both of them being transparent votes? Because if someone wants to request either one to be secret, we would like to know now so we can print enough voting questions. So are you okay with them being transparent votes?
Yes.
Alright. Good. I think no one has any concerns about them being transparent, so they will be held as transparent votes. Okay, well that concludes the presentation about the votings tomorrow. Do you have any questions about these things at the moment? I take it as no. Then we get to move on to a very interesting part of the agenda, which is meet your colleagues. I guess we will have in front people who are hosting the Meet Your Colleague groups to explain a little bit what is going to happen. And I will already say at this point that after the Meet Your Colleagues, there's directly after that coffee break. Maybe the Meet Your Colleague sessions can be held in such a way that you can go and grab coffee during it, for instance, if wanted. But I will let Tia explain a little bit about this.
Yeah, so Meet Your Colleagues is very traditional thing to have at the NAs. So basically, you meet people from other sections that have the same position as you. And then, then we talk and, rant and vent, and also, we can share best practices and so on. And they will be chaired by me, and I will take the section presidents with me. And then Onni for treasurers, and then Yannick for the event and trip coordinators. If I was able to read the forms right, we should have around 5 local presidents, 3 treasurers, and then 7 trip or event coordinators. So, yeah. Was there an extra room available somewhere where we could have these?
Wait, we don't have any official communications, do we?
I think no.
That's fine.
Yeah. Can OC help me?
I think we can have it here.
Yeah?
We can move forward.
Okay.
There's some seats outside that can
Yeah.
also be utilized.
We don't have a room with anything.
Okay, yeah, but it can also be, we are not so many, so I can, for example, stay here with the presidents, and then, there's the sofa area there and so on, you can go there. So, Yannick and Onni, can you, come here?
I think officer is completely empty.
So, basically, I will stay here with the, presidents. Then treasurers or people who want to feel, hear about that kind of stuff with Onni. And then trip and event coordinators with Yannick. Is there, Linda, you have a question?
Where does the local representatives go?
Yes, so I saw there was 2 vice presidents that are both LRs and vice presidents, so you can choose whatever you want. You have the power. Whatever position feels the most suitable for you. All right, is everything clear about that? All right. So, Yannick, yeah, you go somewhere. Take your Mary group somewhere. So, people follow Yannick, events and trip coordinators and so on.
You have like an umbrella, right?
But you're so tall, you can just like raise your hand.
You can just put Yannick, you can put on my hat. Oh, Yannick. Yeah, go.
So I'm the HR coordinator. Should I just like follow you?
Should we move?
How should we move?
And then treasurers are people who identify as judge with only. So only lead your.
candidates for elected positions. So that means that the candidates should leave the room at this point. That would be me, Kingsley, and Zahid would have to leave the room, and then Mia will be chairing that session. So I think Mia will also be explaining what the session is about, but
isn't it non-ESN people leave too?
not required for non-ESN people.
Whoops.
Yeah.
about some people we discussed more than others. Tony's was very short.
That's surprising.
Your comment is that you are your experience looks great, and we're happy about it.
Okay.
That's
good. Thank you.
That's your discussion. About Kingsley, we talked a bit more. People had some questions about the vote delegation form from KISA coming late, and also from the KISA representatives being late from this NA, and they felt that it feels a bit unprofessional, and also questioned why the SITSIT had to be yesterday and why there was no communication about you being late. Basically, the questions were about time management issues rather than your intentions, which seem to be good. People also thought that you are very thorough with legal procedures, that you are someone people can trust, and you are really into your job. And you have always answered and behaved politely and are dedicated to ESN. Would you like to answer to any of this?
Yes, I would like to. For the reason why we had to make our SITSIT yesterday is because, number one, we actually tried to put it in other days, but it was not possible, and we did not want to cancel the citizens anyways, and next week, and it could not happen because all the places we wanted to use were all booked. So this was why we had to do it yesterday and just get it planning. And that was why, and the both of us basically we could not have left the SITSIT or the organization because we needed to be sure that whatever was needed, needed to be provided. So this, the NA is important, but at the same time I think ensuring that delivering utmost for the people who are want to attend our events is also very important. And since I know it's not an excuse anyway, but since I know.
Do you need this? Can people hear?
Can people hear me?
Okay.
Yeah. Since I kind of have an idea how the NA functions, I kind of felt like listening out from yesterday was not too much of a thing. And since I knew this thing was a SITSIT anyways, and I was like, okay, there's no much we can miss out on the SITSIT and just make sure that everything goes well in hoping that I come here with a peace of mind than getting worried that things will go bad and then it goes down. How do we solve it then from people who are quite eager and appear. So this is why we came today. And from the vote delegation, it's not an excuse anyway, but it was sent late because I was not in around for quite a while. I came back on Wednesday. No, on Thursday. I came back to Tokyo on Thursday, and I had no access to any computers. So this was why I had to be half week, and then because I was also occupied with a lot of things in exams, so I asked my advice to send it to the city yesterday night. Yeah. So these are the reasons why we were late, and we know we did not inform the city or the national board on our letter. That is my fault, and it's still not my business also on this week. So I think this, for the city, there was nothing we could have done.
Thank you, Kismi. I didn't ask if Tony wanted to comment on your stuff. But
I said thank you. that's my comment.
And Sahid's discussion was rather short as well. People commented that you are committed and proactive. You have been on time and precise, and it's a good sign that you are working as part of the city here and have delivered so far.
Thank you.
That was very good.
And then because we had a slight change of the ending timetable, that would be the end of today in terms of topics. It's okay, we actually thought about taking some stuff from tomorrow and end early tomorrow, but we'll end like normal time tomorrow then. So, for today's evening plans, I would maybe ask if someone from the OC wants to come and give OC announcements, and after that we will be soon leaving the plenary room.
My dears, we have 10 minutes to leave the room. Please don't forget absolutely anything, but you have your bags, water bottles, yourself, your jackets, everything, because still tomorrow 9 we cannot enter this room at all. So please just be careful. We now have the flag parade. We hope you have your flags and mascots with you. So we just meet up in front of the library and we have some music and we just do some noise and just walk through the city, maybe go around the lake, just a little bit visualize ourselves when we are all here together. I think that's great and it's not happening very often. So let's do that. We can go to free time at 8. We are not gonna have a flag parade for 2 hours. So I think we end the flag parade in front of Omena Hoteli in like 1 hour. And you have like 1 hour to rest, freshen up, change if you feel like. And at 8 sharp, everybody in free time, we have dinner and we have pub quiz till 10. You? And then the usual stuff like last night, except from falling from stairs and other stuff, please. Yeah. Okay, let's do it.